Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you. Perfect. All right. Mine is to bring some very, very, very good news. Coffee is now ready. All right. So if you can grab a cup of coffee or tea and come back into the room, we have about 9 minutes against our program to be able to start. So mine is to request that you pick up a cup of coffee, Ugandan coffee, please. Not Nescafe, but Ugandan coffee and tea, and then return to the room. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, may we kindly take our seats. Mine is to request that our guests who are currently taking coffee can return to the room and join us. We would like to start. Ushers, could you request our guests to come back into the room? We would like to start. So we humbly request that our guests come back into the room and then we are able to start. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very good morning to you. And thank you so much for joining us this morning for the signing ceremony of the partnership or the partnership agreement between the Royal Danish Embassy, the Investment Fund for Developing Countries, the European Union, and ABI Finance Limited. I want to thank you so much for your time this morning and being able to grant us this favor. this favor to be with you this morning. Can we just make sure this doesn't embarrass the ambassador later? I'm just... all right. Okay. Hopefully I have settled it. Your Excellency, the Royal Danish Ambassador to Uganda, Nikolai Pedersen, the Senior Investment Manager, Investment Fund for Developing Countries, IFU, Anders Frigard, the European Union Head of Cooperation, Karen Andresen, the representative of the Permanent Secretary and Secretary to the Treasury in the Ministry of Finance, present, the ABI Finance Board Chairperson, Felix Okoboy, Chief Executives and representatives of the various financial institutions present here in this room, our development partners, USAID, FAO, and UNCDF, the government agencies and ministries represented here. We have representation from the Minister of Agriculture, the heads of different institutions. I think I did see our partners from the Uganda Bankers Association. The executive director is here. Our partner banks, specifically here I want to talk to those that are present in this room, and we will be later today hearing testimony from our partners. But the key banks and the SACCOs present here in the room: Centenary Bank, BRAC, Ruchiga SACCO, Talanta SACCO, Finca, Ugaford, DFCU, Opportunity Bank, Stanbic Bank, and at some point, if any of the banks I haven't mentioned is here, I will recognize you. In a very special way, today is really about acknowledgements, so I want in a very special way to acknowledge the Royal Danish Embassy, Danida, for establishing ABI in 2010. For those of you who can't remember for 2010, it's just 12 years ago. The partnership with the government of Uganda, especially the Ministry of Finance, under the Office of the Permanent Secretary and Secretary to the Treasury in particular. And the last 12 years of support from Danida have formed the basis and foundation for what is today's conversation, partnership with IFU and EU that are now going to invest 17 million euros. I thought we would start clapping the moment you had numbers. Money that is coming into ABI Finance, and I want to thank all the partners involved in today's conversation. Today's hashtag couldn't have been even better. I hope you can see there's a hashtag there, Team Europe, Stronger Together. I want to thank the European Union in a very special way for this partnership. And you can see that Team Europe is going by the tagline, Stronger Together, because that's the foundation they are creating for us as a country and for this region. But more specifically for me, and what's exciting as an advocate for climate change, is the green investments that will address the impact of climate change. I want to appreciate all the partners for focusing on this. A very special recognition to the former board chair and board member, the board chair, Ms. Sarah Olusimbi, Board Chair Emeritus, and the Honorable Victoria Sech-Toleko, the former board member. We want to thank you for joining us. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I could go on and on, but unfortunately I know Mona will not like it because I probably am eating into her speech and probably saying all the things she was supposed to say. So allow me welcome the Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Mona, to come and make welcome remarks. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mona Muguma Sebliba.
Thank you, Maurice. You've done quite a good job for me and makes my life that much easier. Your Excellency, the Royal Danish Ambassador to Uganda, the Senior Investment Manager, Investment Fund for Developing Countries, the Head of Cooperation, European Union. We'll have the representative from the Ministry of Finance join us shortly. Our board chair and our board members, past and current, chief executives and representatives of financial institutions in the room, development partners here present, ladies and gentlemen, you're very, very welcome and a very good morning to you. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you and host you all to this very auspicious and important event for ABI Finance as we onboard, as we take on new shareholders, the Investment Fund for Developing Countries, as well as the European Union. And with that, I'd like us all to give them a very warm welcome. An occasion like this gives one pause for reflection. And indeed, at ABI Finance, we stopped to take pause about the last 12 years since our establishment, since we were put together, since we were established by the governments of Denmark, by the government of Uganda. For instance, we paused and we were proud to note that over the last 10 years, 12 years, through our commercial products, the lines of credit, the agricultural credit guarantees, we have worked with 28 financial institutions. Many of them are present here today. And together, we have delivered agribusiness financing for smallholder farmers, agribusinesses, to the tune of 1.4 million smallholder farmers, 40% of whom are women, and it has delivered 3.5 trillion shillings in agribusiness financing. Then through our technical assistance, our business development services, we have worked with 65 financial institutions, right from the tier 1 financial institutions right down to the circles. And with these, we have contributed to growing Uganda's financial services sector by equipping them with the right skill and knowledge and capacity, physical and ICT, agribusiness related, for them to be able to deliver appropriate and serviceable agribusiness financing to these smallholder farmers and agribusinesses. So lest we toot our own horn and think that we're speaking out of turn, a couple of our partners have obliged us and will be making presentations of our journey together and what we've been able to achieve, and so I'll leave that to them. But that said, like many countries globally and in sub-Saharan Africa, we haven't been spared the ravages of climate change. As you all know now, and as you've all realized, for instance, the seasons are out of work. The rains won't come when they're supposed to come, and then it means that the dry seasons are taking longer. It means that the planting can't start when it should, and when the rains come, it actually floods. And then with that come pests and diseases. The most common one that we have first in this country, or that's talked about a lot, is the aflatoxin challenge. Now, with these challenges, you'd find that an agrarian economy like ours, where you'd expect all the financial institutions to be falling and tripping all over themselves to deliver agribusiness financing, is not the case. Why? Because aside from the other known challenges around agribusiness financing, the vagaries of climate change are simply making it harder. The bankers in the room, for instance, will tell you that when they hear of a flood somewhere, or when they know that a planting season has delayed, or when the rains don't come when they're supposed to come, or when there's flooding, they think quickly and immediately about the quality of their portfolios. Because immediately their farmers are going to call them and tell them, my crop didn't come out of the ground. The seeds just didn't make it. The rains were too much, they got soaked, they got flooded. And so with that, you have some of them getting a bit wary and looking for safer alternatives. But ABI Finance is here to address that. And so with this new investment, the 17 million euros, it goes a long way in equipping us, ABI Finance, to support these partners of ours, the financial institutions, with the right knowledge and support. And specifically to climate change, there are two elements we want to focus on. There's climate adaptation and climate mitigation. With climate adaptation, you find that we're mostly talking about short-term finance, working capital inputs like drought-resistant seed, flood-tolerant resistant seed, seed that is more tolerant or can survive pests and diseases. So we want to work with the financial institutions to provide the appropriate products so that the smallholder farmers can indeed get the right seed that will not give them trouble and then result in quality portfolios. Mitigation-wise, we're looking at more long-term financing. We're looking at more CapEx-related investments. For instance, we're thinking irrigation equipment, biodigester equipment. In the dairy sector, you find that there is need for waste effluent treatment. And so with this investment, the 17 million euros, that translates to 65 billion Uganda shillings goes a long way in boosting us to provide the right financing, the right foundation, the 200 billion capital fund out of which we spring in order to support the Uganda financial services sector to deliver appropriate agribusiness financing. And over and above climate change and green investments, which we're all about, this investment will reach 27,000 smallholder farmers and agribusinesses. It will result in 14.5 billion in additional income to these farmers because they get financing, invest it, are productive. 14.5 billion will come to them in additional income to these agribusinesses, to these smallholder farmers. And we also envision that we will have 900 additional more jobs created. And this is all good news because every country like Uganda and globally generally is looking to build back better following the COVID pandemic. So this investment, this partnership, the new partners, the money that we're getting on board indeed is very critical and important as we build back better. So I'd like you to give them a round of applause again for this investment. Now, as I close, allow me to thank. We thank the government of Denmark, the people of Denmark, the Royal Danish Embassy, Danida, for first of all establishing ABI 12 years ago. Everything that I've spoken about today, everything that we're building on would not have been possible had it not been for that initiative. So we thank you very much. And because of that firm foundation, we'd like to thank IFU, would like to thank EU, would like to thank Team Europe for building on this investment and partnering and investing and finding us a worthy vehicle to invest with. So we thank you very much. We thank the other development partners who have worked with us in the past, USAID, FAO, UNCDF, KFW, CEDA. We thank them for their support to ABI over the years, and we thank them for their interest and support going forward. We thank our very own government, represented by the Ministry of Finance, for the enabling policy, the business environment, which forms the bedrock on which, or the foundation on which all investments are made. So we thank them very much for their partnership with the Royal Danish Embassy in establishing ABI. Special thanks go to our leadership, and that is represented by our board chair, Felix Okuboy, and your directors, past and present. We thank you very much for your stewardship, your guidance, and the leadership that you bring to ABI. To the financial institutions here in the room, simply put, we are because you are. If it were not for the partnerships with you, if it were not for the branches, if it were not for you opening up branches in hard-to-reach areas, if it were not for you focusing on smallholder farmers, women farmers, youth farmers, if it were not for you taking the risk, you take the initial risk, we come to build on that. We thank you very, very much for your partnership, and we commit to working with you to listen, to adapt, and ensure that the partnership is one that you want to work with. As I close, allow me to thank and introduce my colleagues in the ABI management, my staff members and colleagues, and I'll ask them to stand up for recognition. You can't ask for a better team than these guys. They will do what, for them it's not work until you're tired, it is work until the work gets done. I thank them all for the event today and for the delivery of the results that we're very proud of and that we're celebrating. And so with that, I'd like to thank you all and wish you a good day with us and enjoy the rest of your time with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mona, and well spoken. I honestly wanted to appreciate all the partners in this room because of what Mona has been speaking to. Everyone in this room, from our partners, the development partners, and the food rights activists, and everyone who, in a way, is holding hands with our farmers and, of course, the people in the agriculture sector. I really want to appreciate you for what you're doing for our people. I think your biggest ambassador has always been Victoria Sechitoleko, who doesn't mince her words every time on TV. I must state here that for those of us in the media space, I work for the national broadcaster, UBC. See this in the field with the different stakeholders that have been supported by the financial institutions that I'm going to invite here, because you're touching the lives of our people, and what's important is changing the lives of Ugandans, the ordinary Ugandans. And I think we've been seeing numbers on those that are able to earn, the threshold of those that are earning above 500,000 shillings. And those statistics need to change, and you will help us in putting money in Ugandans' pockets. I'm sure you know what's trending about Ugandans being broke. So let me come to testimonials and why we need to put in context what Mona was saying. And I want to move to the 4 partner financial institutions that are picked from both Tier 1, 2, and 3 that will be speaking to the relevance and the impact of ABI finance products. So I want to begin with Centenary Bank and invite Mr. Evans Nakoko to come and make his presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our partner, Centenary Bank. And the closer I get to you, you'll know your time is shrinking. Yeah? So the farther I am, you know you're doing well.
Thank you very much. The Royal Danish Ambassador, all dignitaries and representatives of institutions here, fellow bankers, microfinance institutions, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Evans Martin Nakoko. I'm the founding chief manager of the agribusiness department of Centenary Bank. And I'll just request my colleagues to just raise up Joseph and Ambrose. We came, the 3 of us, because we value this relationship. Our discussion, our story today, will be around those 3 issues. We shall just take a minute to just share with you who we are, and then we'll also talk about the collaboration. We'll look at the mechanism itself, and then how well the mechanism has helped us to deliver. So, we were a mere trust, a credit trust, by 1983. And the focus still as a trust was on the smallholder, the person who makes it possible for all of us to feed, the person who probably has not had a chance to get all the services from the banks. That was what made us unique at the time. We became a fully fledged commercial bank in 1993, and we started our department for agriculture later in 2012, but having done agriculture since 1998. The bank is owned by the Catholic Diocese and some individuals, and of course the registered trustees of the Uganda Episcopal Conference. Now, this is how we have performed, but I believe you've been able to look at our performance. We've been able to publish it, so I'll not go into the details, but this has taken us to the 2nd position in the country. Now, this is the mechanism I was talking about. In our collaboration with ABI Finance, we were allowed a credit guarantee. We were also given credit lines that were affordable, and they helped us become competitive. We received training both for our staff and also our clients. The training to the clients is a way to de-risk them. And we also had platforms arranged for us to be able to share with other bankers, with other microfinance institutions. And so we took what they gave us, looked at it, and were able to come up with the results that are right there for us to see. So we were able to reach out to 20,000 beneficiaries, and these are smallholders. If I can get some help, the presentation keeps, okay. So we were able to reach out to 20,000 new borrowers, and these are clients we got from the fold of the less privileged, people who did not have a chance to come to the bank. That was only possible because we had a guarantee that was able to resolve the challenges of collateral that keep presenting themselves with the smallholders. We took the lines of credit that were reasonably priced to be able to give back to the borrowers a lower rate, a lower lending rate. So we were able to do tiers of pricing across, and we were able to respect the fact that we are putting money in what is deemed as a risk sector. So we've been on a job of being able to confirm that it could be a perceived risk. And using the guarantee, we've been able to demonstrate that even to the other financial institutions. We've been able to adapt best practices from the platforms that were organized by Abi Finance. When we come together as lenders, we have a chance to be able to learn from what other lenders are doing. For example, in our own case, we've been able to perfect our claim management system using what others have been able to do. We've also been able to increase our regional participation. Previously, financing was concentrated in the central. But if you look at those figures, we now have a spread across the country. And for each of the regions, we see growth that is in excess of 11%. And then, of course, we've been supported to also come up with appropriate products that are mapped on along the value chain. In terms of how we utilized what we were given, we had our utilization increase year in, year out, month in, month out. There was only 1 year, and I think that was 2021, when we had a few things to clean up in-house that were not able to grow as much as we expected. So if you look at that graph, in terms of utilizing the guarantee we're given, we really kept those rates above 78%. Now that is a sign that actually money was going out to the less privileged. And then the guarantee itself, over the years, has been performing that way. And you realize that it's been increasing. So we've come back to Abi to request an increment from 25 billion to 50 billion to 70 billion, and now we are talking about 100 billion shillings. But like I said, it's not about what the banks simply get out of it. We also need to apply ourselves to a process of understanding whether we are really impacting the lives out there, whether the smallholders are getting better, whether life is becoming easier. And we therefore decided to look at how we perceived things, how we looked at the sector as a bank, and because we're able to change that, we came up with what we refer to as the triple bottom line. So rather than pursue profits, we look at people, we look at planet as well. In so doing, we've been able to reach out to 30,000 beneficiaries who were previously not able to get credit. Now, we've also been able to work on the risk category loans. Using our environmental social management and the social performance management framework, we've been able to grade our loans. Previously, in excess of 45% of our loans were deemed as very risky, but these proportions have been coming down by about 11% year in, year out. And this helps us to therefore see how life is changing. Now, when I talk about ESM and SPM, we're also talking about aspects of environment. So our framework looks out for borrowers and how their activities affect the environment. If you are doing things that support the environment, if you are compliant, then your risk rating is lower. then your loan, your interest rate is lower. And you also can be able to to receive further training that we were able to mobilize from our partners. So there are those benefits that come with being able to do smart agriculture. So we went ahead and were able to do a small study to find out what happened when we lent money to the smallholders. We were very impressed to learn that at least 2 jobs were created, 2 additional jobs per smallholder who took a loan. And that is the average we're able to pick at the time. We realized that if we render more credit accommodation in this space, maybe we can increase the multiplier for job creation. We also looked at how well the quality of life was changing, and we see that 45% of the borrowers were able to access better housing and more hygienic conditions. 30% were able to engage in a higher level of the value chain. This means they were, apart from purely doing production, they began to undertake simple activities in cleaning, grading, and a bit of processing. And so we believed that this meant that they were diversifying their incomes, and therefore they can better manage their risk. We also saw that overall, people were able to take their children to school. And for them, this is one of those things that mattered the most. Now, because the communities felt we're doing a good job, we were awarded in 2021 as the best financial institution in the ag space, and would like to thank everyone who participated in making us the best bank in 2021. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Evans. And as you can see, the testimonials speak to the general growth and, of course, the support ABI has been providing to these financial institutions to change the lives of our farmers. And specifically with Centenary, you can see the impact of the work they are doing with our smallholder farmers. I now want to move to another testimonial from BRAC Uganda. May I now invite Moyo Nkosilathi to come and make his presentation. Moyo, I hope I did justice to your second name. Yeah. Please come. How come we are not clapping for BRAC Uganda?
Good morning. Yeah, I already take it personal that you're not clapping for me and you clap for the other gentleman. Much so because I am new to Uganda. I'm just about 3 months old and taking over the leadership of BRAC Uganda Bank Limited as CEO. Pardon me if I don't say certain names and certain things very correctly, and give me grace as part of my learning curve. But before I can proceed, I would say all protocol observed so that I don't mispronounce certain names. Thank you so much for the opportunity, API, to afford BRAC the space to share our little story of how we've been partnering together. But before I can go on, and as I've said that I'm new into this space, in terms of being in Uganda, but not into agri-finance and into this kind of space. I've just been across the border with BRAC Tanzania Finance Limited, still doing the same. So I'm not new to the BRAC family. But I want to acknowledge my colleague, Herbert, if you can stand up. He has been managing this relationship and this partnership for some years now, and we thank this support which has grown. Maybe just as a growing background, BRAC is basically a Tier 2 regulated institution, having transformed just 3 years ago from an NGO, Tier 4 microfinance institution. And this has been best through, partly part of the support. If you look at this transformation, it actually links during the time we had been in partnership with ABI on this journey. And one of the things that I have to share is that we have one of, in our space, the largest footprint with 162 branches in places where at times we are the only financial institution there, where people at the bottom of the pyramid actually, focused with. So, but in terms of Tier 2, out of 162 branches, 32 are regulated by Bank of Uganda that are fully fledged, banking entities, as it were. But the rest, we call them satellites that allow us to reach out to the people at the bottom of the pyramid. The other issue is that because of our high-touch kind of work, we actually have a lot of staff, about 2,000. And of the 2,000, 85% are women. So we have all loan officers, branch managers mostly being women, because as you will see as I go forward, you realize that of our outreach, we have actually gotten about, 161,000 borrowers that we have reached out. And out of 161 borrowers, 95% are women. All right? And this comes from our vision, as you can see, that besides providing financial services to the people at the bottom of the pyramid, we are very unapologetic. We particularly target women. And that's who we are. And because we do that, it should not be a talk. We show it even in people that reach women should be women. And hence you find that kind of, thing. So this is being true to our mission, as it were. But our focus is to unlock the potential of most of these borrowers. They walk in with no collateral. 61,000, we don't demand collateral. 161,000, we actually lend based on character, on a relationship, and on our proven methodology. And I must say, BRAC globally, this year is celebrating 50 years of its proven methodologies, starting from Bangladesh and across now to Africa and here in Uganda, having been in existence in Uganda for the last 15 years. And this is the kind of impact that we have made briefly. One of our key measurements and our key ethos is that we actually say we are an impact or a social mission-driven institution. Hence our philosophy is about impact, but impact at scale. So thus you see it in our number of branches, hence you see it in our number of staff and in our number of borrowers that we want to reach, as it were. I think just to talk about the impact of this relationship as I bring my discussion to a close, is that in 2017, the journey started with ABI, where they partnered with us for the first time, and the 6 billion was given or extended to BRAC. And through then, there have been subsequent support, and the critical one was actually in 2019, just before the onset of COVID. And there's been concessionary, assistance being extended to us to recover from the impact of what? Of COVID. I want you to understand this differently. So BRAC is a relational institution with the number of officers I'm talking about. Every morning, on a weekly basis, they actually meet with a group of, women to either train them to get loans or to repay. So it's a high-touch institution. And when COVID hit, and you know the protocols of COVID, social distancing, we were knocked out because that actually cut through the core of our methodology or business method. So we are affected, and I want to really take this opportunity for the extension of support, concessionary funding during the COVID period that ABI supported. Other institutions were busy actually, calling on covenants and other things, and ABI came in with an extension to say, how can we work with you to recover on this? Yeah. We had to suspend operations. We had to reconfigure. We are now also getting on the, or rather forced to go on the digital platform so that we've got alternative channels to reach out to the people. But this has been enabled by your support to ensure that we stay true to mission. So 3 things that have been key critical in this journey is that, 1, we have been able to promote financial inclusion. And we are actually one of the institutions that focus on rural areas where agri-finance is key, but also focus on hard-to-reach areas where at times it's very difficult to be, as I said, becoming the only financial institution being in that. And those are the reasons that made us transform to become, a tier 2 credit institution, so that we allow our customers to also get, other services like, savings and being able to, build their, asset base. Number 2, we've been able to increase our footprint. I said we have 162, but right now with the current, partnership coming up, which is the 3rd one of around 20 billion, it will help us to extend from 162 to around 165 or even more branches, because what we do is we actually plow back the same returns and we then grow organically. So in the next 3 years to 5 years, we want to reach about 165 to 170 even areas that are still underbanked here in Uganda. And therefore, we give that appreciation to ABI for your trust in us, and even in our time of need, not running away from us. And we need you more, as we are now looking at, in this next phase, being able to develop client-centric products that will be able to meet the needs of the communities. But more so with what was said by the director, that we are in the advent of climate change. How do we manage the dynamics? Agri-finance becomes more riskier and people are running away. But our mission is actually taking us to that space. We need your help on technical assistance, in product development, but more so in capacity building. And we'll be having those conversations going on. Lastly, I actually talked about, in terms of the impact of this partnership, the recovery has been enormous. And we have been able not to retrench any staff. We've been able not to just abandon our clients, but rehabilitate them and make them be able to work again. And having said that, I just want to thank you for this opportunity. And with BRAC, I think we are in good partnership. God bless you.
Thank you, Moyo, and Karibu Uganda, and we welcome you to the land of opportunities, the country Uganda. We will continue with our testimonials, and I will move to Ruchiga Sacco. Now we are getting closer to my heart. Now, when we speak about Ruchiga, I now see where the Wachiga are seated. I have seen where they're seated. So from Ruchiga Sacco, may I invite John Bosco Abajo. Round of applause for our Wachiga people.
Hello. Good morning. I'm John Bosco Abajo. For us, we are not from Kampala. Our head office is in southwestern part of Uganda. That is for Ruchiga Sacco. And when members are moving to town, they move to Muhanga Town Council. And where our head office is, it is surrounded by sorghum. Sorghum is used to make a local porridge called Nturire. So fundamentally, what I'm trying to say is that we are the smallholder farmers. We are at the bottom of the pyramid. The targeted people that you talk about that are financially excluded, that's where we come from. So I'm happy, and I want to thank ABI for choosing not only to partner with people whose head office is in Kampala in the city, but they also came to us. And
Atalanta Finance, we focus on agriculture because 90% of the people are involved in that. So we focus on agricultural production and the value chains that emanate from that. So we support farming, primary production, and the business, small businesses, micro businesses that are associated with agriculture. So that's what we do. And we are dealing with the excluded. So our partnership with ABI started in 2019, just before COVID. Talk about coincidences. That was a big one. So we had just entered into a partnership with ABI, which we signed in December, and then we started implementing in 2020, and that's when COVID started. But where we were at that time, we are still a very small institution, which at that time, from 2006, we had only served about 3,500 clients, and we had about 683 active clients at that time. And like I said, the majority of our clients are into farming, and often more than 60% can be women, but it keeps changing from time to time. And those are the people that we are serving. And the challenge we had at that time is that we had a very inefficient system and a cake MIS that could not serve us well. We couldn't get proper visibility of how the business was running, and focusing on managing the operations was very difficult because of a poor system. And because of that, we are having challenges of profitability and a very poor loan portfolio. So when we came into discussion with ABI, they agreed to support acquisition of a new MIS in order to help us become more efficient and to help us digitize our outreach in order to serve these farmers better. Now, as most of you in this room will know, because I believe the majority here are bankers, lending to farming is something that people don't want to touch, even with a long pole. And there are very good reasons for that. But for people like us, who are based in a rural area, you don't have a choice. If you don't lend to farming, then you are focusing on about 5% or less of the population. So we had to find a way of lending to farming profitably. And to do that, it meant you had to solve a lot of hurdles that normally make farming, lending to farming particularly risky. And this is the journey we went on with ABI, first with the MIS system, and then also digitization with the purpose of having a better understanding of who the farmer is, capturing the information about them in advance, helping them to keep the records of their performance from season to season, and being able to make easier decisions on how and how much to lend to them. And then also, this process was to enable us make partnerships with other stakeholders that support farming. So we had to build into the system the capacity to coordinate with input suppliers, the people who offer mechanization, those who give fertilizers, every service that a farmer may need, until when we reach the off-taker, the one who wants to buy. So we have that system covered, a 360 approach, where we can interact with other stakeholders, including insurance. And all this came together because of the support that we got from ABI. So we've had our new system installed, and this new client relationship management system is also in place, and we have engaged a number of stakeholders, and we are very excited. So we have increased our reach and profiled now about 5,146 farmers whom we want to start with. And we hope that in the next 3 to 5 years, we are going to expand that network to about 25,000. And the idea is that because now we have digitized the access and we have the information, the critical KYC information about the farmer with us, and we are able to update it from season to season through our agents, then we can make quicker decisions and more right decisions, safer decisions in lending. Then our coordination with other stakeholders in the same ecosystem makes it possible for us to control risks, because we have insurance on board, we have all the service providers, we vet them, we make sure that we pay for what the farmer has received. We don't even give the loans directly. We pay for the inputs and the services that the farmer is getting until when harvest is done. So it's an exciting journey, and we are very grateful to ABI for having made it possible, and the people are also very excited. So we are looking forward to big things in northern Uganda, and we believe that our relationship with ABI will continue to grow, because now where we are going, we have created need. While we had a portfolio of only 3.25 billion at the beginning, we now project that in 5 years, we might be at 15 billion Uganda shillings. And we don't know, of course, where that money will come from, but we shall figure out a way. As they say, where there is a will, there is a way. But because ABI is also a lender, we hope that we can be able to get credit lines to support this important work. And then we are excited about the agricultural loan guarantees, which also helps to minimize the risk in dealing with agricultural lending. So this is what we have been able to do. And like I said, the partnership started in 2019, and we are about to close in about the next 6 months. And we hope that our PAR, which was at 35% in 2019, became a bit worse during COVID. Now, we need to make it better so that we can control it below 10. That is the ambition. And we believe that this is possible. We are also grateful to ABI because of the other add-ons. I only mentioned the key objectives of the partnership, but we have since received a lot of capacity building in terms of trainings, in terms of learning tours. We did a peer-to-peer study, which took us to actually Ruchiga Sacco, and we had a good time there at Ruchiga Sacco and Chamhunga Sacco. It was interesting to learn from people who are doing what we are aspiring to do, to focus on agriculture as a key strategy for expansion and do it well. Because these guys in Ruchiga and in Chamhunga Sacco are doing it, and we believe that learning from such peers in the ecosystem of ABI will help us to be able to achieve those aims and goals without a lot of stumbling. So that's where we are. We are very, very grateful, and we look forward to even deeper cooperation with ABI in time to come as we reach for the skies and as we continue to help the excluded low-income people of northern Uganda. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
All right, so these were the testimonials, and we were having a conversation that if time allowed, we would really have more testimonials, but just allow me invite Mr. Ben Eyabu from Ugaford. Ben, you have a minute. Unlike the others, you'll have to manage within the minute, because we thought you also have a unique story you would like to share with our guests. Please come, Ben.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ben Eyabu, Head of Credit at Ugaford Microfinance. All protocol observed. First and foremost, I would like to thank the CEO of ABI for giving me this opportunity. We're not listed, but I reached out to her within the room. Thank you very much. Ugaford is one of the partner financial institutions for ABI. It has been quite a long time. We've worked together. And I was itching to say something because the MDIs were not represented in the list. We are present in 20 locations across the country. And basically, we service smallholder farmers and micro-entrepreneurs. If Ugaford was a human being, then I would say that Abby is one of the key organs. If it missed out, then we would have a challenge of surviving. We have been supported in a very immense way. One is that we're able to get a robust core banking system. I know for those of you who are ICT experts and bankers, you know what it means to acquire a core banking system. Very robust in the sense that it has very rich features. It's called Orbit Rubicon. It can disaggregate data in all ways, and it is rich in very many workflows, which were customized to deliver credit. We can plug as many alternative channels as possible. Capacity to deliver agricultural credit. We have been trained, all our credit officers. We have credit analysts that we did not have before, specifically to analyze agricultural loans. But also, we have diversified our product menu. It's very rich and aligned to specifically service the needs of smallholder farmers. You all know bankers, MDIs sometimes struggle in terms of liquidity. We have benefited from funds that have been lent to us, and ABI has been so flexible in the sense that anytime we have a liquidity crisis, we just do a drawdown. Thank you so much. Our future, I would say, is very, very promising because as I talk now, because of the partnership we've had with Abby, our portfolio is now 53% composed of agricultural lending. And the portfolio at risk is just 6.3%. We used to be better than that, but because of the impact of COVID that you all know. So I felt that I would also say something on behalf of MDIs. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to request that we now put our hands together for all the testimonials and the financial institutions that spoke here. We want to thank you so much for the partnership. And cumulatively, when you look at the numbers, and when I was listening in to all the presentations, and I looked at cumulative numbers of the beneficiaries over the last 12 years, we are looking at about 191,000 guarantee beneficiaries in the agriculture space, thanks to ABI. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And as I think one of the testimonies was speaking to the issue of insurance, we all know, and this has been well spoken to in various media fora, the issue of access to insurance, especially agriculture insurance. And I want, in a very special way, to thank ABI for supporting 240,000 farmers with agriculture insurance. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So I want to quickly now move to the program and invite the chairperson, ABI Finance, Felix Okoboy, to come and make his remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
He's a bit tall, so I have to. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Your Excellency, the Royal Danish Ambassador to Uganda, the Senior Investment Manager from the Investment Fund for Developing Countries, the European Union Head of Cooperation, the representative of the PSST, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, ABI board members, current and past, chief executives and representatives of financial institutions, development partners, ABI management and staff, ladies and gentlemen, hope all protocol is observed. On behalf of the Board of Directors of ABI Finance Holdings, I would like to welcome you to this very important occasion for us. We looked forward to it for a very long time. We have been very excited about it as the board and management of ABI. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. This occasion is to formally announce the onboarding of our new shareholders. So the European Union and IFU, as we call it, the Investment Fund for Developing Countries. This was a result of a shareholding agreement signed between the Royal Danish Embassy, the European Union, and IFU, culminating in this event. The previous speakers have talked a lot about how this allows for new investments into ABI Finance. But usually, for those in the finance sector, and I see quite a few here, usually onboarding a shareholder comes with more than just capital. You have to know that IFU, and I'm sure Anders will talk more about this, IFU comes with a wealth of experience. IFU has invested in more than 1,300 companies in more than 100 countries. So the benefit for us is, I mean, the money is definitely welcome, but the benefit for us also is the wealth of experience that comes with it and that comes into ABI Finance. That knowledge transfer significantly at a strategic level can significantly transform any organization. So we are looking for, at the board level, we're looking forward to that very earnestly as well. So ABI Finance, as you know, manages a very large capital fund, and the new investment, of course, will bolster that and help us really to focus on our mandate, which is to ensure a competitive, profitable, and sustainable agriculture and agribusiness sector in Uganda. Of course, the competitive part you could already see between Talanta and Ruchiga Sacco. So we are always at work at ABI promoting this. When we talk about knowledge transfer, IFU is coming in also at a time when ABI is looking to new initiatives that will really expand our portfolio. So I think Mona also talked about the 24 billion Green Challenge Fund that's coming on board. She talked about the technical aspects of that. I will not get into that. But those, I think what makes ABI special is the ability to rebalance the way we approach investments and try and fill in gaps in the market that are not occupied. So IFU's risk capital is very welcome, and the EU's risk capital is very welcome. We thank you very much for that, and we will put it to very good use. Now, I will just go into, I won't go over the technical issues that Mona has gotten into, but I think at this point, I just wanted to mention that ABI has an increased and very strong green focus now, and I think Mona touched on this or talked about it very much. And I think this will allow us to position ourselves in a very, very unique space. And it's a space that is very much needed across the globe. So we are going to ask our partners to support us in this initiative in the same way we shall work with you to ensure that we promote green investments in Uganda. So that is something that you're going to see a lot more of us going forward. So would like to really thank, I'll start off by just thanking our partners. And the first partner, of course, who has stood with us, first of all, who started ABI, and who has stood with us from the very beginning, was the government of Denmark. Seeded ABI together with the support from the government of Uganda. And without RDE and Danida, we would, of course, not exist. So we are very grateful for that, and we want to give you a special thanks for that. So thank you for the solid foundation that we got through you. Secondly, obviously, we're very grateful to IFU and Team Europe for the support over the years. So this is a particular investment, but the EU has, as Mona has mentioned, has supported us for what seems like forever, actually. So we just want to thank you for all, not just for this investment, but for all the years of support that you have afforded ABI, technically and also in terms of capital. So I think that's a good time, yeah. with all the support, if you don't clap for the EU, really, then I think we'd be very ungrateful. Thank you. So we also thank the government of Uganda, represented by the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. When ABI was started, that was the base. The government of Denmark, the government of Uganda, very strong support, seeded an organization that really has stood the test of time and has the interventions of which and the impact comes through very strongly in the testimonials you have heard today. People are not clapping for the government of Uganda. I think the EU, government of Uganda, these are very strong partners, so I think there's a focus now on the health break. Thank you for that. So we want to thank, of course, all our financial institution partners, without whom, of course, we would not be able to do what we do. We will continue to support you. We are here for you. And we are looking forward to the close work we're going to do in the coming years, as we have done in the past years. So thank you very much. I also want to thank, before I get to some special recognitions, I also want to thank the management and staff of ABI for putting together this wonderful occasion, but more importantly for getting the ABI business done, the way they get it done. So thank you, Mona and your team. Thank you for that. I want to, as the chair of the board of directors, I want to introduce my fellow directors. Directors, before I introduce you, please note that the chief executive actually called the board leadership exemplary, and I think it was visionary. So I took some notes down. In fact, Mona, when you said that, Patrick leaned back with some satisfaction. He felt he's being appreciated, which is very good. So I will just introduce the board members. I'll introduce Patrick Oketa, who is here. I can see Grace Kavuma, who is here. Sophie Nkutu, I also see is here. I'm just trying to go over the present board members. Is Charity here? Oh, Charity, so I didn't see with the masks. Charity Ekudu, she's one of our board members as well. Thank you very much for coming. I just want to give some really special recognitions, and as board chair, I work very closely with certain people. And I'll definitely start with Ole Dahl Rasmussen. I think he's the shareholder representative as board chair. He's my go-to person. I have had many coffees with him over the past years. By the time he leaves Uganda, I'm not sure he'll want to see me. I've taken a lot of his time. But thank you for your support. Ole is an unflinching and unwavering and tireless supporter of ABI. So when you call him, you need something done, so I want to recognize him for that. Without him, my work would be very, very hard. Now, I also want to thank a force in our community, Honorable Victoria Sekitoleko. These are the founders of ABI who put everything together. We have just come at the tail end to take some of the glory. So thank you. And I really want to, the next person I want to thank is Sarah Walusimbi. So when I joined the board, I first was a director in ABI in 2015, but joined the board of ABI Finance in 2018. Sarah's the exemplary leadership that Mona is talking about is what I remember Sarah's leadership very, very fondly. She was my first chair, and Sarah actually was the chair for the bulk of this transaction. So while I'm giving the speech on behalf of the board now, Sarah's leadership was the leadership that oversaw the bulk of this execution. And so Sarah, thank you very much. We remember your leadership very fondly. I also want to thank Charles. Charles works at the RDEs. Together with Charles and Ole, we get a lot of the support coming through from the RDE. And I work very closely with them, as do the other board members, so thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. And a special recognition, or my last special recognition, will be to my vice chair, who is Warwick Thompson. He's in New Zealand. Warwick actually was one of the people who was with ABI from the very beginning. He's very passionate about this sector. He would have loved to be here. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it this time because of all the related issues to do with travel in this particular time. So we would like to thank you very much for coming. This occasion is very important for us, as I've mentioned, and your support throughout the years is very important. Before I sign off, the last thing I would want to say, as I already mentioned, is Mona leads an incredible team. I have had a chance to work very closely with them. Very dynamic, very committed, very energetic. They lead with very high levels of integrity. We thank you very much for that. That makes our work as the board easier. And we look forward to working together with management and staff as the board to ensure that all the dreams we have from this transaction going forward are realized. So thank you very much, everyone, and have a great day. Have a nice time at the event.
Surely we can put our hands together again for the chair. Mine is to humbly request, don't tire from clapping, because this for us is a landmark event for ABI. And every time people pause, don't think that they are pausing because they're thinking of their next point. They're waiting for you to clap, yeah? Please note, right? Yes. I want in a very special way, first of all, to mention that ABI is a key sponsor of the Harvest Money and PACASA. And I wanted to recognize my brother, Don Wanyama, the CEO of Vision Group. I think he's here. I know Don is here. Please stand. Yes, Don is there. Thank you so much. Don, thank you so much for what you're doing with the Vision Group, especially in supporting the agriculture sector with the Harvest Money pull out every week, but also the Harvest Money Expo, which ABI supports, and of course, PACASA. It now gives me the singular honor of inviting His Excellency, the Royal Danish Ambassador to Uganda, Nikolai Pedersen, to come and make his remarks. You're most welcome, sir. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. And really grateful to be here today. IFU Senior Investment Manager Anders Frigaard, it's really a pleasure to have you here, our new investor, together with Ms. Caroline Adriansen, the Head of Cooperation from the EU, a long-time investor with Denmark in ABI, but really, really good to have you both here today to bring in new investments. And of course, a warm welcome also to the representative of the Permanent Secretary. We met the Permanent Secretary just last week, I think, and we spoke about this important event here today, and I'm really glad that you are here. ABI Finance Chairperson, Felix, we were just reminiscing about the fact, because I'm leaving this summer for a new posting, and Felix was like, well, you just came, and it's been 3 years, but it feels like yesterday when I first entered the boardroom and met you, Felix, and the other board members and other ABI staff. And of course, to all the board members present, really good to see you, both former and current, of course. And a very special thank you also to you, Mona. We have gone back also 3 years now, almost. And to all of the ABI management here today. And of course, all the ABI staff that I also see a lot of familiar faces here today. I want to also warmly welcome the Chief Executive and the representative for the financial institution partners. It was really great to hear your testimonies before. It really shows the impact that ABI is having. And of course, representatives for the press, we need to get the good story of ABI out, so I hope to see a lot of media today and tomorrow. And finally, of course, all ladies and gentlemen here in the room today. So, here on close to the eve of my departure from my 3 wonderful years here in Uganda, I am so glad that finally we're able to launch IFU and EU's new investment into ABI Finance. It has, as several has noted, been a true Team Europe event, marking our constructive partnership between Denmark, the EU delegation, and Uganda. This for the benefit of Uganda's farmers and agribusinesses who will get much needed capital to develop Uganda further. Before I get too much into the details, let me start with a personal story. And I can sense from the speeches today that it's okay to bring in personal stories, so I feel comfortable enough to do so. Just a few weeks ago, I attended my daughter's graduation at the International School of Uganda. It was a very big day for my daughter, for myself, and for my wife. It was a day of celebration, and I was, of course, very proud and also sad because I knew that we were all leaving Uganda soon. My daughter is growing up and will be moving on in some years. One chapter closes, but so many others open up. Today, I have the same feeling. It's a big day for Abbey Finance. It's a big day for Denmark. It's a big day for the European Union, and it's a big day for Uganda agriculture. As has been mentioned several times, and I greatly appreciate the mentions, the government of Denmark co-funded Abbey with the government of Uganda in 2010. Back then, Abbey Finance was a development project. It was funded with development aid. Projects, they come and go, they start and they end. From the beginning, the joint ambitions with Abbey Finance were more than that. Since then, we have been working very hard, and Denmark has during the years supported Abbey Finance with approximately 110 million Uganda shillings, equivalent to roughly 31 million US dollars. Today, we are here. Thank you. Yeah, it deserves a clap. Thank you. Today, we are here. Abbey Finance has truly grown up. As we have heard, the organization reaches more than 600,000 beneficiaries. The investment by the EU in the Danish Investment Fund for Developing Countries, IFU, are proof that it is doing so in a sustainable fashion. In particular, this means that it covers its own cost. This is an achievement. But Abbey Finance ambitions is even bigger. Bringing on board the Danish Investment Fund for Developing Countries, IFU, has already led to a more professional governance and made new funds available. Today, we welcome IFU and the EU. Tomorrow, who knows? Because one chapter closes, another opens. We are convinced that Abbey Finance's next chapter will enable the organization to not just grow, but also benefit Uganda's farmers and agribusinesses even more. The number of loans from Abbey are counted in the hundreds of thousands. Latest figure was above 400,000. But there are millions of farmers out there. In other words, there are a lot more work to be done. So today is by no means a goodbye. At Danida, we pride ourselves of commitment to the long term. It also applies here. We shall stay committed to supporting Abbey Finance as much as we can. We appreciate the strong efforts that are being made to make Abbey green. This is needed for Uganda. We still have a strong overlapping priorities. Abbey Finance works for agriculture and poverty reduction, just like Denmark and Danida. In the future, a key priority for Denmark will be to support efforts that curb the negative effects of climate change, causing great risk for the smallholders and their livelihood. And I welcome your very clear remarks on this, Mona, and the ambitions for Abbey here. With the investment from IFU and the EU, the size of the funds in Abbey will be much larger than anything Denmark could have achieved with grants from development assistance. Now, finally, to conclude, I'll bring back my daughter once more. She's on her way to new adventures, so is Abbey. My older kids have moved away from home, but luckily, they still stop by once in a while here in Uganda to give me, their dad, an update and often some good advice. I wish for Abbey Finance to do the same. Thank you very much.
All right. So I actually thought that we would do our best, especially knowing that this may be the last time we have you here, Your Excellency. And I thought we would give him a very warm welcome and thank you. Thank you so much. And as is with all the ambassadors when they leave and their tour of duty is done, we do expect you to be an ambassador of Uganda to the rest of the world. And please tell them only the good Ugandan stories, all right? Okay, I think, Chair, you also forgot your other director, Michael Kairumba. When I saw him, I said, he's known to me for the last probably 16, 17 years, so I did see that he's there. Thank you so much, Michael. I want to now take the pleasure of inviting the Senior Investment Manager, IFU, Anders Frigad, to come and make remarks. You're most welcome, sir.
Thank you very much for that and for the nice introductions here. I liked actually that one with all protocol observed, so I will leave it to that also to make it a little shorter what I'm going to say. So I will say, dear actually friends and partners and ladies and gentlemen, my name is Anders. I'm from the Danish Investment Fund for Developing Countries. We are the Danish DFI, Development Finance Institution. So we invest with equity and loans in developing countries. We invest in healthcare, in green energy, in food and agribusiness, and in financial institutions. What we look for when we are looking for new investments, we have kind of, you can say, two main objectives of ours. The first one is that we are looking for commercial sustainable projects. So that's the difference between Nikolai and Danita and us in IFU, that when we want our money back, actually, right? And we want them also back with some return. So that, you can say, is the first thing we look for. Of course, we are a DFI, so we are patient capital. We have low expectations, in this case, also to return. But it is a commercial investment, and it is an investment that is coming back, should come back to us. So that's, can you say, commercial sustainability. That's the first key for us. Then the second thing is, of course, impact, that when we're looking into a new investment, there must be an impact agenda. So there must be a clear vision for creating more jobs, creating better conditions for women, having positive effect on the climate or local environment, or something like that. Of course, always there must be a clear impact agenda when we go into new investments. So following and now engaging with Abbey Finance, of course, what we see in Abbey Finance is exactly that, actually. And we have been very impressed by the results achieved by Abbey Finance, and also I think that balance you have between being commercial, not being a distributor of development aid, but being kind of commercial in the market and still creating some impact. And I think that balance is very important, and we are impressed actually by the way that Abbey Finance work in that space. So yeah, exactly. So we're so happy to see those results, and from outside when we came in, I mean, and that way Abbey Finance, that is a dream for any development finance institute. That's really the target, a good investment that we want to do. So we started this discussion actually more than 2 years ago, right, with the Royal Danish Embassy, with the EU, and of course with Abbey Finance. 2 years ago, it has been a very long process, you must say, and therefore also I'm so happy that we are here finally to celebrate it today. So, and also thank you very much for Mona and your staff to organize this very nice event for celebrating this. So thank you very much. So the actual investment, as it has been mentioned, then IFU, we will come in as a new investor into Abbey Finance, and we will come with two sources of capital, you can say. 8.7 million euro is from our own funds, and we call it our own, but they are actually from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Denmark. Very patient capital that has been allocated to IFU. That we will invest in A shares into Abbey Finance. That's the first part of our investment. The second part is B shares investment, which is with funding from EU, 8.7 million euro. That will go in as a capital also to in Abbey Finance, which comes from the contribution agreement that we have made with Team Europe. That's the new investment coming in. And then the second step that hopefully will happen later this year is actually that the current capital that has been funded by Danida, that will also be transferred to IFU. So on the long run or later this year, then IFU will have for now the full ownership of Abbey Finance. So I will just actually, and there could be a long row of thanks to a lot of people here, and I don't want to do that in details also because the process here has been so long. So now it's not only the current board, it's also the past board, it's the current management, it's the past management. So there has been some changes also in the EU delegation, there has been changes. But really, thank you so much for your support for the Royal Danish Embassy, really from the whole way, from the beginning actually coming in with this idea, supporting it the whole way. So thank you all for that support. And thank you very much to Team Europe also. It has been really a pleasure actually to go through these phases with you. It has been nice and actually uncomplicated. I don't know how it is here, but in Denmark, when you talk about EU financing, people, they start to look a little tired and say, okay, this will be very long and very complicated. I must say actually that this has been a pleasure. It has been very nice and I will not say uncomplicated, but it has been a very nice process and very well, I'll say, supported and guided by your guys. So, and also we needed that because it's one of the first investments really that we're doing in IFU together with Team Europe in that way. So we have been well handheld and guided through that process. So thank you very much, Team Europe, for that. And then, of course, a big thanks to the Abbey team, to the board, as I said, the previous board, the new board. Thank you, Mona, to Josephine, who was before you. Thank you, the whole team in Abbey. You have really it has been so great and is so great to work with you. You have really supported this whole process very, very nice way. So thank you very much for that also. So that was a little bit about the past, I would say, and where we are now. So in the end here, let me just maybe look a little bit into the future. We are now, we think we have a strong setup. We have a strong company in Abbey Finance. It's a strong market, a lot of opportunities out there, strong capital investment coming in. So we see very good opportunities for the future. We are not here as a new investor to change everything. I mean, we're here because we really trust and has been impressed about what has happened already in Abbey Finance. So on the short term and medium term, we will support that. It's more capital going out for the agricultural credits and for the agricultural guarantees and the lines of credit. So we'll continue that, support that. Scaling up the business, also support, as it has mentioned, to have a greening effect, to do support more to climate smart investments. And in general, you can maybe say to commercialize the business a little bit, of course, as coming in as a new and commercial investor. So I think that's on the short and medium term that we look at it that way. On a little bit longer term, we see a big need and a big challenge here for farmers and businesses to get long-term credits. We have discussed a little bit what can be possible in the future, but that's definitely something that we will look into together with Abbey Finance and see if there can be possibilities of really supporting longer-term financing of the businesses here, which we think is something that there's a need of and something that is a challenge at the moment. And then we also think and hope in the future, as it was also, I think, just mentioned by Nikolai, to invite new investors in the future, not on the short term, but on longer term. We think that it will be possible to mobilize more capital really coming into to Abbey Finance, and we have already actually received some requests or interest on that. So we are quite sure that that will be a possibility in the future to get more capital in and to scale up further these activities that we have in Abbey Finance. So thank you very much for that, for the support, the event. I would like just to finalize maybe with a short story, or what you can call it, because as it has been said here, we are actually all in this room, also the financial institutions, we are all just some kind of facilitators, right? We are only here because there are some farmers and some businesses out there who need capital and need capital to grow. I went yesterday with some colleagues on a very nice field visit to Michiana to visit some farmers there. And that was such a nice experience actually. And we visited a few farmers who are achieving credits through Finca, Microcredit Institute, with the support from Abbey Finance. And met, for instance, a farmer who had started quite a few years ago actually with one loan on 500,000 shilling. Very, very small loan he started with. Today he had a business growing actually maize and bananas on 50 hectares, having a turnover, having a profit actually on 100 million and 20 employees. And I mean, that's why we're here for, and that's the kind of stories. So, and that is of course only one story, and there are so many of them, and that is why we're here and what we need to support. And I'm very sure actually with this setup, with new capital and a very strong organization as Abbey Finance, we will be able to achieve and to create more of those stories in the future. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. And I think His Excellency started the stories chapter. Now I expect that, Carol, you have to also come with the story. Before I invite you, allow me mention, if you're watching, joining us online and you're watching via YouTube, you're watching quite a landmark conversation this morning, our signing ceremony of the partnership agreement among the Royal Danish Embassy, the Investment Fund for Developing Countries, and the European Union, with ABI Finance Limited, and we want to welcome you to this conversation. I also want to welcome you who are here. If you want to watch yourself when you go back, please ask the team, they'll share the link. Because we tried to capture all of you at some point, and when I saw some of you look at yourself in the screen, that's when you smile. I suggest you smile the entire time. You will never know when the camera will be turning onto you, and please, and also clap. We will know who wasn't clapping when we play back the video. All right. So ladies, that said, I want to take the pleasure of inviting the head of cooperation, Team Europe, Caroline Andresen, to come and make her remarks. You're most welcome.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, so let me start by acknowledging protocol. I'll still go through the whole list. My colleagues have done a big effort in trying to make sure that we're not missing out on anyone, so let me respect the work. So let me first acknowledge the representatives of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, of the Ministry of Agriculture as well, and representatives from all the other government ministries, departments and agencies. Of course, the Danish ambassador to Uganda, His Excellency Nikolai Petersen, the representative of the International Fund for Developing Countries, Mr. Anders Figart, the other development partners that are represented here in the room, of course, the chairperson and members of the board of Abbey Finance, the CEO, Ms. Mona here of Abbey Finance, all the representatives of the private sector and the banking sector here, all the participants, good morning. Yes, it's still morning. So my name is Caroline Andriansen. I'm the head of cooperation at the delegation of the European Union here in Uganda. And today I'm representing my ambassador, His Excellency Attilio Pacifici, who is out of the country, couldn't be here today. So I'm very glad to be here at this important event because beyond this capital investment of the European Union in RB finance, I think it is important to first maybe give a bit of the broader framework of the partnership between the EU and Uganda, because indeed this capital investment is only one part of what we do. So the partnership between the EU and Uganda is a broader strategic framework. We just finalized actually the partnership agreement, if you want, between us and the country, the government of Uganda, spanning over 2021 and 2024, where we are looking at an investment in grant funding, that is 100% grant funding, of close to 400 million euros on a number of priority areas. And within this framework, one of the priority areas we wanted to focus on is private sector development, the business environment, investment, leveraging investment, promoting investments in Uganda, and promoting value chains. So as part of that priority area, we have actually partnered together with the government of Uganda and the Private Sector Foundation Uganda to set up a platform which we call Sustainable Business for Uganda, which brings together the public sector and the private sector, that is Ugandan and European private sector, brings them together around the table to look at the challenges and opportunities for investment in Uganda. And one of the hurdles or bottlenecks that have been identified in that context is access to finance, and particularly in the agricultural sector. I'm looking at my papers. Because Uganda is a country where 80% of the economic activities are agricultural, but nonetheless the sector suffers from low financial inclusion, as we have heard from the representatives who come from the different regions in the country. Low financial inclusion due to the perceived high risk and the lack of collateral. And this is reflected in low lending volumes, high interest rates, and short-term loans, which hampers the business access to finance. And this is why, as EU, we have tried to set up a comprehensive portfolio of programs which cater for the different needs of entrepreneurs, so that is medium and small, micro actually, including micro and medium enterprises in the agribusiness sector, according to their different stages of growth. And this is being done through small grants, facilitating loans from financial institutions, or facilitating other types of investments, such as equity or quasi-equity in companies. So the access to finance component is always accompanied by business development services that are tailored to the needs of the companies. We are also supporting a number of value chains, that is coffee, cocoa, aquaculture, beef, where we work together with the government to strengthen each stage of the value chain. And this entails strengthening the regulatory framework, enhancing the production and productivity, and firming up the marketing functions. And in this context, the EU is delighted to join hands with the Danish Investment Fund for Developing Countries to de-risk with our grant funding in the form of B shares their investment in RB. During the due diligence phase leading up to these investments, we could clearly see the high demand for RB's financial products, namely the lines of credits and the guarantees to financial institutions. And the testimonials we have heard earlier show the very positive effect these products have in terms of financial inclusion of the final beneficiaries, the smallholder farmers and farmer associations, but also on the growth of the intermediaries, the financial institutions themselves. We are convinced that through this additional injection of capital, RB will be able to reach more farmers in Uganda with better products, more adapted to their needs, and access to finance will have a positive impact on their small businesses and pull many out of poverty. Furthermore, this joint investment by the EU and IFU, or IFU, is a stepping stone in transforming RB into a commercial entity and improving its ability to attract commercial investors and become more sustainable in the longer term. And that means that in a future not too far away, RB should be able to provide the same services without donor support. And this is also an important aspect for us, looking at the more longer term sustainability aspect. Another systemic product that ABI offers is the Financial Services Development, FSD. And through FSD, ABI provides us matching grants to financial institutions to build institutional capacity for enhancing the provision of financial services and increasing outreach in rural areas. And we want to commend them for having developed this product. The EU is proud to support further provision of financial services development through technical assistance funding up to 1.2 million euros, which are additional to our capital injection of 8.4 million euros. Thank you. As you can see, we are very excited to be part of this new stage in ABI's development, together with our partners, the Danish Embassy, the Danish International Fund for Developing Countries, and we are really keen to see the positive impact this new partnership will have on the smallholder farmers' lives and their agri-businesses. Now, to conclude, I would really like to maybe emphasize a number of elements. First of all, as already been mentioned by the previous speakers, I think it's important to highlight the focus on the green agenda. As European Union, we have set ourselves very ambitious targets in terms of climate change adaptation and mitigation. We're stepping up our efforts, both within Europe, but also in our partner countries, to tackle the effects of climate change. And so the focus on green investments is definitely something that I wanted to highlight today. It's very important for the EU. Second, I think it will be interesting to look at how the experience and the experience of ABI can feed into some of the processes that the government is looking at. I'm thinking notably about the parish developed model, and I'm also addressing maybe this message to the government of Uganda to see how maybe some of the practices and approaches that have been put in place by ABI to support some of these really locally based financial institutions that are really touching out to the communities and the really smallholder farmers on the ground, how you could learn from these experiences when you will look at rolling out and implementing the parish development model. I think it would be really interesting to see if there are linkages and how you could build on what has been done by ABI over these past years to maybe replicate some of these practices. Then third, I think this investment by the EU into ABI is quite innovative for two main reasons. First of all, it's a testimony of a shift in paradigm where, as European Union and development partners in general, we try to shift from the traditional approach of project financing, development aid, in a way, development assistance, to more innovative financing mechanisms. We know that ODA in itself will never be enough to address the challenges of our partner countries, so in a sustainable way in the longer term. This was also mentioned by the ambassador. So we're trying to bring in more innovative financing mechanisms to see how we can bring in the private sector and leverage investments to promote growth and jobs. And some of these mechanisms are blending, so we're using our grant funding. We are blending our grant funding with loans. We also have guarantee schemes that will allow to de-risk some of the investments, reduce the interest rates, and thereby improve access to finance. So these more innovative financing mechanisms is really a way we want to go, also when we will be implementing our development cooperation in the future in Uganda and elsewhere. So it's definitely something that we are looking at, trying to scale it up more and more. And finally, I think it's interesting to just highlight the Team Europe approach. It has been mentioned several times. So actually, we're quite proud of this new branding as Team Europe, where we are trying to join our efforts as European actors. That means the EU as an institution, but also all the individual European countries who are investing in development cooperation in Uganda, the finance institutions like IFU, but many others, and we're really trying to join our efforts, pool our funding together to try to maximize our impact and our leverage, try to work all together to make sure that we are coordinated, that we are that we are building on each other's strengths, and that we are making a difference. And I think this is interesting as an approach. I think it's a good way of bringing everyone around the table. This is actually what we are doing here today as well, bringing around the table government representation, development partners, the banking sector, the private sector, to make sure that we make a difference on the ground and that we have a story to tell. So I will stop here. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I'm really happy to be here today. I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
I think we can actually do better. Team Europe, another round of applause. The first one was for Caroline, so I thought we needed to give Team Europe a better round of applause. We want to thank you so much. And if you're still with us, I really want to mention that we have the signing ceremony that will be happening very, very shortly. And later also, we will be looking at the investment opportunities for IFU and EU funds. And that's really for the financial institutions in this room, and presentations on the ABI Finance Green Investment Strategy. I would really implore you to be with us for this a little later. I want to now quickly move to the next remarks. A representative of the Permanent Secretary and Secretary to the Treasury. And with us is Ms. Diana Nanono, who is, if I can mention her title, because it's a new office and most of you may not know, or you may want to know. Okay. She is the new head of the Private Sector Development Unit of the Ministry of Finance, and she is also here representing a very powerful person. So with us is the PSST for now. Ladies and gentlemen, Diana Nanono.
Thank you, and thank you all for coming. Your Excellency, the Royal Danish Ambassador, the representative of the Investment Fund for Developing Countries, the head of the Corporation, EU, the ABI chairperson and board members present, the CEO of ABI Holdings Limited, distinguished partners and private sector players, ladies and gentlemen, a good afternoon to you all. My name is Diana Nanono, the acting head of the Private Sector Development Unit of the Ministry of Finance, and I will be delivering PSST's remarks this afternoon. I bring you warm greetings from the Permanent Secretary, Secretary to the Treasury, and apologies from him because he's unable to be here with us this afternoon. So I'll read the PSST's remarks verbatim. It gives the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development great pleasure to witness the historic signing of the partnership agreement among the Royal Danish Embassy, the Investment Fund for Developing Countries, the European Union, and the Agricultural Business Initiative, commonly known as the ABI. As you all may be aware, in 2010, ABI was founded by the governments of Denmark and Uganda, with the government of Uganda represented by the Ministry of Finance. Today, ABI stands as a testament to the great work the two countries have done together towards the betterment of agriculture and agribusiness sectors, and in particular, our smallholder farmers. I congratulate the Investment Fund for Developing Countries and the EU upon becoming the latest shareholders of ABI Finance Limited. I also congratulate the board, management, and staff at ABI for having delivered excellently across the years since inception on the mandate of ABI Finance, which strong performance which strong performance earned the trust of the IFU and the EU to seek and complete this investment. In a special way, we acknowledge and thank the government of Denmark for founding and funding the Agricultural Business Initiative from 2010 to date, alongside the government of Uganda. The enabling policies and macroeconomic stability stewarded by the government of Uganda ensures that there is a conducive business environment that encourages development partners such as the Royal Danish Embassy, IFU, and EU to invest in this country. The ultimate beneficiaries in these interventions are the agribusinesses and the smallholder farmers, including men, women, and youth across this country. Since 2010, ABI Finance Limited has sustainably encouraged the growth of agribusiness value chain actors by stimulating access to finance. The cash injection of approximately $18 million from this partnership is expected to contribute towards the attainment of the government of Uganda's middle income status by 2030, the additional 900 jobs, the 27,000 beneficiaries, and the 14.5 billion in additional income that will be created by this partnership and investment will go a long way in achieving this goal. Like all the other sectors, agriculture was terribly impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. I am, however, pleased to note that ABI, through various COVID relief interventions, contributed and continues to intervene to assist the agriculture and agribusiness sector to build back better in the wake of the pandemic and the disruptions that it brought with it. Therefore, we welcome this additional funding towards supporting the recovery of Uganda's economy as a whole. Given the dominance of agriculture as a source of livelihood, the sector seeks to offer a great opportunity for Uganda to propel its long-term aspiration of increasing household incomes and improving the quality of life of Ugandans. Agriculture will propel Uganda to reduce its negative trade balance through adding value to agricultural raw materials in order to promote export expansion of high-value products while promoting import substitution of agro-industrial products. In this regard, the government of Uganda will continue to pursue and strengthen partnerships geared towards improving the livelihoods of many Ugandans through agriculture and agro-industrialization. Government, in line with the NDP3, is implementing interventions under the agro-industrialization program and the newly rolled out or launched parish development model that is supposed to transform 39% of the subsistence economy into the modern economy or the monetary economy. Once again, I congratulate ABI upon this milestone, and I reiterate the commitment of the government of Uganda to ensure and build a vibrant and conducive environment. I thank you for listening and wish you great deliberations. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ministry of Finance. We now move to a very, very special part of today's ceremony where we are going to the signing ceremony. So may I invite the parties to the front, and I'll ask my colleague to come and quickly label, after the parties have sat, for us to be able to identify the parties for members of the media. So if you can, Mona, you want to lead our parties to their sitting area. And also, you'll allow us, for you who are in the front, if we see a lot of camera movement, because this is the most important photograph of the day. I am not taking away anything about the photos taken before while people were speaking. Please come. But this is the critical moment of today's conversation, We will now move to the ceremonial signing of the partnership agreement, and our parties will then sit. Diana will witness. Yours is to witness. For you won't sign. Yours, you'll come and witness. Please come. You're also supposed to be here to witness. And as this happens, allow me to really run you through what this partnership really means for this conversation and really for the bigger agriculture sector. And this partnership, or what we are seeing today, the signing between the Royal Danish Embassy, the European Union and IFU to allow new investment into ABI Finance, marking the reorganization of ABI Finance as a business entity. And the EU, as mentioned by Caroline, is investing $8.7 million US dollars in the ABI Finance, together with IFU, who tops this up with $9 million. This investment will allow ABI Finance to transition from a company limited by guarantee to a company limited by shares, to commercialize its operations, attract more investors, and create wider impact overall. All right, over to you, ladies and gentlemen. We will witness the signing ceremony, so feel free to open. Each of you will sign, and then you will transfer the file to the next party, who will also transfer another file to you, and that will go around for all the 4 parties. As you can see, the parties are well represented: ABI Finance, the Royal Danish Embassy, the European Union, and IFU. Well, we'll wait for the parties, all right? So each of the parties will then hold the folder. Please do pass on one folder to each of the parties. We'll stand and hold the folders to show the agreement. I have seen this done, so I will run you through. We'll have to open, because when it's closed, nobody knows what's inside. So we'll open and show that this is a formal agreement. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our partners. There you go. This is the most important photo for today, as we, of course, sign this shareholders agreement between the Royal Danish Embassy, the European Union, the IFU, and ABI Finance. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to request that once again we put our hands together for this new partnership. And as you can see, the Minister of Finance is witnessing this conversation. So that is why Diana is there. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You may now take your seats. We'll now move to the next phase of our conversation, and as our partners move to the press room, where members of the press will be invited to ask questions, and so our partners will take questions. And as that happens, we'll take a very, very, very short health break to allow for us just realign the front here to have the next conversation. So we have a very short break of about 10 minutes. You're allowed to stretch your legs, you're allowed to share business cards, you're allowed to greet each other. If you can, there is still some coffee, pick a cup and return to the room, because we'll then move into the new opportunities that we will be looking at, especially in the green investments and also opportunities for the IFU EU funds that have been formally signed a short while ago. So I'll allow for the members of the media to run to the press room as we request our CEO to take the partners to the press room and request the rest of us to just take a very short 10-minute health break and return to the room. For the financial institutions, this will be a critical conversation when we have the financial institutions speak to us about the investment opportunities with these new funds that have come in. The press, we are going to Kafu Hall, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if we can take our seats, please. May we take our seats, ladies and gentlemen? We would like to start, and I want to request that we take our seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, may we take our seats, please? I can see the conversations have begun, but I really want to request that we take our seats and continue with our program. I want, in a very special way, to recognize the financial institutions in the room. The financial institutions represented here: DFCU, Yunus Social Business, Nyaravu Sacco, Raska Sacco, Pride Microfinance, Finca, Finance Trust Bank, Yuga Ford, the Uganda Central Cooperative Financial Services, Housing Finance Bank, the Financial Technologies Services Providers Association, who are represented here, Masaka Microfinance, SAO Zirowe Sacco, then AMFIU, we have Nair Microfinance, Alutkot Sacco, the UIBFS, Absa Bank, FSDU, and Soluti Finance. We really want to thank you all for joining us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, especially at the back, the ones at the back, can we take our seats, please? Can we take our seats? I want to move to the next presentations. I don't want to come between you and the lunch. So I want us to use the 30 minutes we have for these presentations. All right, so thank you very much. We will quickly move to the next conversation, and I'll invite two people, but first, of course, we'll start with Anne-Marie, who is the Head of Investments, Business Development, ABI Finance. If we can have the presentation. All right, fine. On the screen, just to ensure that she can also see the same image here on the screen, otherwise she'll keep turning. So we move into the presentation on the investment opportunities for IFU EU funds. And this is the most exciting part for you, the financial institutions. And so I'll just get the technical team to come and set this up as Anne-Marie comes. Anne-Marie is the Head of Investments, Business Development, ABI Finance. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Anne-Marie. Round of applause.
Thank you, Maurice. So you're all welcome to this signing ceremony. The Danish ambassador in his absentia, and our investors. You are all welcome, our very good partners. I'm here to speak about the opportunities that the IFU and the EU investment are really according ABI. But before I get into that, allow me to take you back about the journey of ABI, our investment story. I know you've had statistics, you've heard about us, financial services, actors, but please indulge me to just share what we have done in this space. Then we'll get onto the opportunities that are being accorded by IFU and EU. So our theory of change as ABI is to make sure that there is transformation, not just at the smallholder level, but also within the financial services provider space. That is why, as we are driving the agenda of increasing income, increasing profitability, full-time jobs for smallholder farmers, we also want to see that the financial services actors are also solid. So our interventions are largely through financial institutions. That is why you'll find us in the tier 1 space, but also find us in the lower tiers. You'll find us with Centenary, but you'll find us with the circles in whichever region. And we are working towards strengthening these circles. So our intervention is through 3 products. We have the lines of credit, we have guarantees, and we have financial services development, as has been spoken to. I'll start with the lines of credit. The lines of credit are our flagship product, and that is what we are known for mostly in the market. Right now, we have a capital fund of 177 billion, on which we are going to add the investment from IFU, which is about 65 billion Uganda shillings. That's the translation from the 17.7 million euros that are coming to us. 68% of this fund is towards lines of credit, which is about 121 billion Uganda shillings, and 8 billion of this is to green investments. We've started modest, we've started small, but make no mistake, we are going fully fledged green, because climate change is our enemy. It is threatening our very existence, so kindly indulge us when we come to you and we make sure that whatever it is that we are funding is actually green. By green, I mean it is adaptable to the environment, and it is not something that is going to distort, it's not going to distort the environment, really. So 79% of our investments in lines of credit are to women. And to this, unfortunately, the CEO of BRAC has stepped out. But BRAC, Soluti Finance, and Sawa Zero. Sawa Zero, are you here? Yes. They have women-centric products that have helped us achieve this 79% of the women. Originally, we had a target in our business plan of 40%. But getting these circles, getting the financial institutions that have women-centric products has really driven this agenda in that we have surpassed that target. Then coming to northern and eastern Uganda, in our first business plan, 2014-2018, we're looking at just 15%. If we could just get to the 15% mark, because that's as bad as it was. But ladies and gentlemen, right now, we are at 31% of our portfolio is in northern and eastern Uganda, and we are going stronger. We are still investing in these regions. The value of our loans, we have been able to grow from 51 billion annually to 133, and to the number of beneficiaries from 11,000 to 143,000 annually. We've been able to grow the number of partners we are working with from 13 to 26 in lines of credit. So this would not have been possible, really, without you, our partners. So thank you very, very much. I would like also to commend Finance Trust Bank. Finance Trust Bank started as a women's bank, but right now they have an inclination towards Eastern Uganda that has also given us mileage. So for that, also thank you very much. And there's a learning, there's a lot of knowledge sharing in that space. Moving on to our next product, which is the guarantees. The person with the clicker, you're moving faster than I am. Oh, yeah. Yes. So for the guarantees, we also have guarantees. We realized that some of the reasons that the financial institutions were giving us were not lending to agriculture. It is a risky business. When someone walks into the banking hall and they want their money back, you can't tell them there was a drought and I gave the money to the farmer and the farmer was unable to pay. So we're like, okay, that is your excuse. Who shall de-risk? In the event of default, we are willing to pay back 50%. COVID hit, and there was still that, that shaky balance came back of, now there's COVID, now the farmers, risk upon risk. We're like, no problem. We shall cover 70%. So when we have interventions that are really, really worthwhile, but the risk is really high, this is the de-risking ratio for ABI. We've been able to take this up from 50% to 70%. Right now, we have 150 billion in covered loans, and 191,000 new loans in the last 10 years have been covered. We've been able to give out loans worth 1 trillion during this period, and this has been through 14 partner financial institutions. Now, the partner financial institutions have largely been between Tier 1 and Tier 3, but we implore our circles, please come on board. This is a worthy tool. It will de-risk your portfolio, you will grow your portfolio, and your members will be happy. It is a lot easier to run after someone who has defaulted because of maybe there's drought or something like that, when they know, when you know that there's the comfort of someone will reimburse me that money while I recover, such that your balance sheet, your income statement doesn't take a hit at that point. So this is a very, very good instrument that I implore you to take up. We've also been able to grow the women, 25% of our guaranteed loans. To women, we still had a target of 15%, then we grew to 30%. We are still trailing in this regard, but this is a fight that is our entire fight for the financial institutions. And surprisingly, when you speak to the financial institutions, what you hear is that the riskiest businesses are those of youths and those of women because of culture issues. They don't own land. Even the ones that have probably land that was inherited, it becomes very, very hard to attach a woman's name to a chibanja that was given by their father. In most cases, you find, boy-child fighting over that. The men, I love you very much. Yeah. Yes. But that is a fight for all of us as financial institutions. Let us have deliberate efforts to reach out to these women, to reach out to youths. Then 43% of this is towards northern and eastern Uganda. We were targeting 40%. We have 43%, and it would be good if we get to the 50% mark. So that is about the guarantee. Now, the other product that we have is financial services development. That is what commonly has been commonly known on the market as grant financing. Now, what we do in this space is build the capacity of financial institutions to be able to lend to agriculture. You find that sometimes financial institutions, they have goodwill, but they have wrong products. You lend to them, you tell someone, pay me tomorrow when they are growing maize. Hey, maize 3 months, 2 months for post-harvest handling and marketing. But developing the right products has really helped in building the capacities of these financial institutions. We also intervene in the space of product development. And lately, digitization is a mega trend. So we are really going big on digitization. We are supporting almost a 4 billion grant with Uganda Central Cooperative Financial Services. We are the face behind the Enterprise Fund for Stanbic. The digitization, yes, it is an ABI intervention to make sure that financial services players, especially in the Tier 4 space, are digitized. There is nothing as frustrating as someone walking into a bank and they had a ledger card, and you ask where is the ledger card and it is lost. Or if you want to lend to them money and they have to use manual computations in Excel, and month in, month out, you have wrong numbers. If you ask them, how far have you moved? They will not know. They'll tell you, first wait and we transcribe from the hard copies to the soft copies. That is something of the past. We need to leave no one behind in this digital era. While we are digitizing our savings, our products, even mobile money and all that, the financial services sector, for even our grandmothers in the village, they should not be left behind. So this is something as ABI that we are passionate about. We've been able to grow our savings, the savings volume to 398 billion, and the savings account that have been opened, and not of 1 million accounts. We've worked with 65 partners, strengthening, in as much as not all of them end up getting lines of credit from us, but at least they're solid enough to walk into a commercial bank and be able to get the financing that they need. We have a running funding window for northern and eastern Uganda, because that is still a place that we are passionate about, especially in light of our vision that is focused towards equitable wealth creation. We want to have wealth creation that is equal. Inequality is something that we are fighting. We don't want a circumstance where one region has more resources than the other. That is why when you hear us focusing on northern Uganda, focusing on eastern Uganda, it is in a bid to make sure that we have equitable wealth creation. That is our vision as ABI. So we will be launching another funding window for northern and eastern Uganda. It's already June. This month, mid-month, we'll be launching another funding window, and we are still looking towards building the capacities of financial institutions to be able to deliver agricultural credit sustainably, but also efficiently to the smallholder farmers. Now, while we have been at our business, lines of credit, guarantees, financial services development, there are some gaps that we have encountered. Our focus has largely been on smallholder farmers, but when a smallholder farmer grows, they are going to need someone to buy their produce. You've seen years where maize prices slumped to as low as 150 shillings. But the price of maize flour never goes down. You will still buy the maize flour between 2,500 and 2,800. When they bought the maize at 150 shillings, it is painful. Now, that is one challenge. The long-term financing that is required for mechanization, for industrialization, is lacking in our market. It is not just an ABI thing, but it's a common thing. Research has actually articulated this, that Uganda lacks long-term financing. That is one area. Then also the issue of long-term financing is due to the products, the poor structuring, the tenures, the grace periods are inappropriate, but also the liquidity itself. I've spoken to some financial institutions and asked them why they don't lend long-term, and their response that we borrowed money, we cannot afford to have money out long-term when we have to service facilities. So that is one area. Then we have the persistent financial exclusion of some geographies. I've been speaking about northern Uganda, but also there are some rural areas deep down. Brock was speaking to some places where they are the only people who are there in those areas. There are some financial institutions here, some circles, where you find that it is only that circle that is in 3 sub-counties. That is also a challenge that is still persistent. Then we have mega trends that we cannot ignore. We have technology. Everything right now is happening using technology. Whether it is someone asks who taught our grandmothers how to use mobile money, your answer is as good as mine. It is a thing of you either join the group or be left behind, but we do not want to leave anyone behind. Then we have the issue of we need to leverage this technology to drive innovation, to increase outreach. Where you cannot have a branch, at least let someone be able to buy something to know where the market is using their phone. And that is irrespective of the kind of phone that you have. Whether you have a Kabiriti Katochi or you have iPhone 15 in advance, you booked, you should be able to access these services. Then we are also looking at improving operational efficiency. We have supported financial institutions in northern Uganda, and it makes my heart glad when I hear circles like Talanta speaking about improvement in operational efficiency. When I hear about Richiga Circle talking about the improvement in operational efficiency, that means what we are chasing in improving turnaround time and improving the pricing, something that is achievable. I had a discussion with one of the financial institutions yesterday. They used to have interest rates of 50-something, but the reason right now they are in the ranges of 25 is because of digitization. They were able to improve their operational efficiency and spend less. That is one of the key issues that they really articulated. So yes, we are on the right track when it comes to digitization. Then we have the mega trend of climate change adaptation and mitigation. We cannot emphasize this enough. If you think climate change is not something that affects you as a financial institution, have a branch in a fishing community and let the water dry up. Then you will know what it means. If you're not cognizant of the environment, let people throw Kavera in that water and the fish no longer come. And then you'll see your fishermen on boats waving at you with your defaults. Please, these things are right here, and it is everyone's responsibility to make sure that we tackle this. Noah will be speaking more about this, but we cannot emphasize this enough. So ABI as an agenda, everything we are doing, all the lines of credit, all the guarantees, financial services development is going to be, we'll have to have a component of this. Then we have ethical and socially inclusive investment. We cannot leave anyone behind. So when we are looking at the so-called big boys, yes, we'll work with the big boys, but when we are looking also at the small entities, we also want to work with them. Anders was here, the senior manager for IFU. Yesterday he went to the field and he was really impressed that someone who started with 500,000 can actually have a net profit of 100 million in a year. Those are some of the things that we're looking at. Now imagine if a financial institution was, that is too small, we can't lend you 500,000. Imagine a scenario like that. So we need to make sure as financial institutions that we leave no one behind. So from these gaps and these experiences, this is where we draw our opportunities for the funding. With this funding that is coming through from IFU, one of the areas we're looking at is long-term finance. I am happy, I have a smile on my face, because it means when we have a larger port, then we have more to lend out. 25% of our portfolio is to long-term finance. But you know, when you have a small port, there's only so much that you can do. But when someone gives you more money, then it means you can actually lend out more. You can give more financial institutions to do this long-term finance. The value addition, the mechanization, industrialization, all these things are now possible. We are looking at increasing outreach. We are looking at youths. Youth, the majority of Ugandans, if I'm looking here, if any of you is above the age of 30, just know you're a senior citizen. Because 78% of the Ugandan population is below the age of 30. So all of us are seniors. Congratulations, we're all senior citizens. So that's as bad as it is. If you're not working in the space of youths, at some point, and especially since they're the people who drive digitization and technology, you had better rethink your strategy. The same way I tell financial institutions that steer clear of agriculture. You cannot be in an economy that has north of 75% in agriculture and you're not supporting the majority. Even the ones who are not in that space right now are looking towards that. We are continuing to support the tier for financial institutions. The competitiveness has to continue. We want to have more financial services provider players in the different regions, and also leveraging technology, and lastly, climate finance. All our interventions, with the money that we are getting from IFU, we are getting from EU, we are looking at strengthening the capacities of financial institutions to deliver climate finance, to deliver socially inclusive facilities, and this, Noah will be speaking more to this. So, in summary, what am I saying? ABI, we still have the slogan of agribusiness is our business. And we are looking increasingly to leaving no one behind. And indeed, in the spirit of partnership, we are moving onwards and upwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. I noticed some were more excited than others, especially around long-term financing. I was surprised because I thought everyone would be happy around your new investment portfolio around long-term financing. Now let's talk green, right? So allow me to invite Noah. Oh, by the way, you'll have an opportunity to ask questions. And again, the longer you take asking the questions, the longer the lunch will take. I just needed to let you know in advance, right? So the more questions we take, the late the lunch will be. Okay. So allow me to invite Noah Omcha, Head of Investments, Business Development Services, and Green Growth, to talk to the green investment strategy. You're welcome, Noah. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Maurice. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, all protocol observed. Yes, so I'm privileged to discuss with you much of what the next phase of agribusiness and agribusiness financing ought to focus on. I hope we'll be able to have all the attention and the takeaways so that we can go to prepare for how we are going to make money, both in agribusiness but also in financing agribusinesses, especially for the financial institutions. Yes, I see the EU delegation and ABI team, which was out for the signing, is coming in. Perhaps maybe we can give it a moment. Oh, thank you. So yes, I'll go direct into discussing basically what almost every speaker has alluded to, and that is climate change, but within the context of agribusiness. Yes, climate change is now a reality. It's no longer something from the books but it's something we are now living with. Unless you have irrigation, for example, you're not sure that your crop will reach maturity before you get an episode of extended sunshine that may, hamper or affect your yields. So sometimes when we expect rain, it either delays to come, or when it comes, it is more than expected. So either way, it is risky. It is risky when it comes. It is also, agribusiness is also affected when the rain does not come, which means then we need to cushion ourselves and also to start to prepare, both on the side of availing the required financing for it, but also on the side of making the decisions regarding what we are going to invest in so that it is all climate smart and green in that regard. We have big numbers not in our favor, pointing at things such as, for example, Uganda being the 12th most vulnerable out of the 197 countries in the world. We are number 12. But then, on top of being the 12th, we are also at position 49 out of 195 in terms of not being prepared to deal with what comes with this climate change. So either way, we are exposed, very highly exposed, but also in terms of preparation to deal with the consequences of when these climate risks materialize, we are also not prepared. Yes, we're also looking at sectors which are either agriculture or those that support agriculture being hard hit. Looking at agriculture, for example, water, infrastructure, and energy, there's an anticipation that we'll lose between 2 to 4% GDP between now and 2050. And again, that's also not good, because if you're talking about a sector that is employing over 75% of Ugandans, and it is now the sector that is being mostly affected by climate change, then it's something you cannot afford to take lightly. We are looking at damages. We are already incurring and will continue to incur unless we adapt to this climate change or unless we mitigate the climate change itself. And we are looking at US dollars between 3.2 to 5.9 billion, and that is annually. So that is a lot of money being lost just because we are in an environment that is being affected by climate change. So from ABI, we are looking at 3 main focal areas in which we want to intervene to deal with climate change. Now, this is very important to us as ABI, but also for agribusiness. We need to note that most of the investments, for example, have been into mitigation. What is mitigation? Mitigation is those things we do to reduce the greenhouse gases that we emit, carbon dioxide and others like methane, which are responsible for the global warming that is leading to climate change. But because we are highly exposed And because we are very highly unprepared, as we've seen in the previous slide, we need more to adapt, because adapting is less to do with emitting. Let's remember that Uganda is one of the least emitters globally. But we are at the front end in terms of being affected by climate change. So we need to invest more in adaptation. And what is adaptation? We are looking at reducing our vulnerability to the consequences of climate change. So that's also our prime target or focal area of intervening within managing climate change. We are also keen on biodiversity conservation because that's central to life. You need bees to pollinate flowers so that you can have the yields. If flowers are dying because the environment is changing, then it means the yield is going to be affected. So under climate adaptation, which is the most important focal area, we are looking at, for example, promoting use of improved seed. We are looking at basic agronomic practices, mulching, contours, trenches, organic manure, and pesticides. We are looking at dry feeding. We are looking, for example, at agroforestry. These are just examples that we are highlighting for purposes of underscoring the areas of interest, but the list is longer than that. The reason, again, like I said, why we are going in mostly for adaptation is because we also observe that, for example, from the last couple of years, most investment within, especially the financial services side, has focused on mitigation, clean technology, solar, and things like that. Yet, much as they may save, say, on the energy spent on the farm, but in terms of your preparation to deal with the climate that is changing, you're still exposed. If the rain is not going to come, even if you have you're replacing a diesel generator on the farm with solar equipment, you'll still lose your crop. So we are keen on promoting that. The advantage is that we are already financing it. For example, you find that most of all the agricultural loans that go out are going to say seed, are going to say field activities such as mulching, plowing, but we do not recognize those as, for example, adaptational investments that we are financing as financial institutions. So part of what I'll be able to touch in the next slides is going to focus on how we need to start streamlining that so that we report better, so that we also capture it better as a contribution we are making in that regard. Yes, biodiversity conservation, I mentioned a bit about life both on ground and above and below ground. Yeah, that has to be conserved because, again, the production ecosystem, especially on the agronomic side, requires that the soil must be healthy, the water must be healthy, and the air must be healthy for agribusiness to thrive. Because at the end of the day, you have a crop or you have a commodity, which starts from the garden, which starts from the field, which must be nurtured and must grow within an environment that is conducive for it. So those are our three focal areas. So we've gone ahead to also look at what is being done mainly by our partner financial institutions so that we can at least appreciate where we are going. So we've looked at 42 financial institutions, and those are across all tiers, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4. We've found that everyone who's financing agriculture is financing adaptation. But none of them has a dedicated loan product that focuses on adaptation. So, yes, you're financing. If you go and talk to the farmers that are borrowing money, say, for production, they'll tell you, I went and bought Bazooka as an improved variety of maize. Or I went and bought Nabe 12C as an improved variety of beans. But we do not capture it as a financial institution as an investment that is focusing on the adaptation side of climate change. So we are doing it already, but we do not have dedicated products. And the risk in there is that we are again not able to give a full account of what we are doing, but we also fail to now be able to appreciate where we can do more and strengthen our efforts where we are doing well. Interestingly, mitigation, which is more to do with clean technology. And clean technology in ABI, we look at light green. The reason is we call it light green because much as you're greening, you are only helping, say, to save costs on energy, but you're doing less on preparing yourself to survive, even as the climate continues to change. Adaptation, we rate it highest, and we look at it as a dark green investment. So in whatever you're doing, if to us you're really investing more in adaptation, then you're a prime partner to work with, but we are also more excited to continue to work with you because we address the most threatening issues around agribusiness, as highlighted in the first slide, where we are number 12 in terms of vulnerability, but we are also number 49 in terms of not being prepared. So that is on the side of products. On the side of promotions, and this again looks at financial institutions, we learned from looking at the kind of campaigns our partners are doing that most promotions on these green loans, like those of solar, like those of biogas, most of the advertising and the campaign messaging is about you going to get a loan. It's not about the advantages you get in terms of being adapted or in terms of mitigating to climate change. So all of them were, messaging was promoting the loans, but there was limited awareness creation for climate change. This is important because just like a farmer is keen on borrowing to pay school fees, just like a farmer is keen on borrowing to buy fertilizer, they must also be taught or informed that all these things they are borrowing to finance will not be sustainable if the planet or if the garden or if the river where they are doing agriculture is being negatively affected. If it is either drying or running out of nutrients or the biodiversity in it is disappearing. So we need to embed that messaging on climate change, its consequences, and also the opportunities we have in investing within it, in the messaging for promoting the green loans. Then lastly, as financial institutions, we have a role of making sure we offer information regarding adaptation and mitigation. Which information? For example, someone should know that they can get more support by reporting better on what they are investing in, much as they've just borrowed. And those incentives are there. Someone should know that when they invest their loan in the right inputs, then they are safer. It helps them to pay their loan. Why? If I buy early maturing seeds and the drought is coming when I have harvested, it means my loan is safe. It means my land, which I used as collateral for acquiring that loan, is safe. So a decision by a farmer to go to a seed company and request for early maturing seed should be at the a thought as they borrow the money. And this is the kind of information financial institutions cannot afford not to offer their clients. So this is our performance. Yes, we are financing adaptation and mitigation. Most of our products focus on adaptation, less on mitigation, which is an area we must improve very, very aggressively and quickly. But also, we also need to offer this information in terms of what farmers need to do to prepare themselves better or to live better with the changing climate. And that is through the BDS and the messaging that goes with the promotion of climate financing. Yes, so as ABI, we are already at it. And we are going to launch a Green Challenge Fund. This first phase will be for between now and end of 2023. And we are basically trying to cover the broad spectrum of services and incentives and support that the agribusiness sector needs and the financial services sector needs to be able to support each one to invest or offer loans for investing in climate smart agribusiness, or in general to transform their businesses from being non-green to being green. So the purpose of this challenge fund is to increase access to sustainable financial services for investment in green, and green being inclusive and climate smart agribusinesses by SMEs and farmers. And alluded to it a bit that needs come up as we do agribusiness, and you find at times that we do not have matching products on the side of financial institutions for us to finance. So I want to finance, to sink a borehole at my farm for irrigation, but I don't have a loan. So I go and borrow a loan for 1 year and use it to do a borehole, yet the borehole, the money I'm making from my crops I'm growing using borehole water is going to, I'm basically going to recoup that investment in 5 years. But you have invested using a 1 year loan. So you find the farmer is now being challenged in terms of loan repayment just because there is no financing that is tailored to such kind of climate smart investments. That's just an example. So this Green Challenge Fund is going to have 3 interventions. First one is the green lines of credit. We have been offering lines of credit, but they were general. So anyone doing agribusiness previously would walk in, and as long as they meet our minimum standards or requirements, they would have an agribusiness line of credit. We now want to also extend an opportunity for having a line of credit, but which is dedicated to these kinds of investments. The advantage with this is that we will actually not disrupt your normal programming and business models around agribusiness financing. But then we step into another chapter of making sure that whoever you're financing is doing agribusiness in a smart way, is doing agribusiness in a way that does not spoil the environment, or in a way that does not compromise opportunities for the next generation. So we have a dedicated amount of 20 billion for the short term, and as Anne mentioned, as we transition and progress in the coming years, we should be able to grow it to match the financing needs of the market, because with climate change, we cannot continue doing business as usual. We appreciate that climate change is also increasing risks. Some financial institutions will tell you, I'm comfortable lending someone who gives me a land title, but I'm uncomfortable lending someone to sink a borehole, because if they default on that loan, then I may not be able to go and plug the borehole out of the soil and then take it. So in that regard, we are coming in to increase our risk share. We've been taking 50-50 in the past for financial institutions. In terms of guarantees, we want to do 70-30, so that there is much risk. And we are optimistic. There is proof already that agriculture is not as risky as people thought. Everyone alluded to it. JB of Ruchiga, Desmond of Talanta, Brack Team, Centenary Bank, all mentioned it. We are availing it, and we will continue to utilize it because we are keen on ensuring that this happens. Then we have financial services development as an intervention, but in there, if you don't mind, the support we are mainly offering is the non-financial support, but which is helping you to organize. For example, we appreciate that not everyone in the bank is an expert of green finance. So we can't take it for granted. And what we are doing here is get resources in the sector who are good with this and work with you to have dedicated products, and also through which, for example, you can channel the liquidity we'll be offering through the green lines of credit. We are training staff of financial institutions to be able to know how to develop, administer, monitor, for example, the loans that will be going out. And we believe with that combination of blended financing tools, we should be able to score the goal and purpose of making sure that we are continuously investing in green practices which are climate smart and all inclusive, so that agribusiness can continue to become more and more sustainable. Call to action is we want to invite you. As you prepare to transition from traditional, maybe less environment sensitive agribusiness or agribusiness financing, we want to invite you to the launch of the Challenge Fund, where each one will be able, for example, to access information and learn on how you can apply, how eligible you are, details of those three interventions we are going to be supporting, and it will be coming up in July of 2022. So you're all welcome, and we wish you the best. We are looking forward to making Uganda's agribusiness green together. Thank you.
Anne-Marie and Noah, thank you so much. And I want to open this up in case you really want some clarity on some gray areas. I'm happy to take, between you and me, can we agree about 3 questions? I am looking at some of you, and you are looking at your lunch coupon, and you're wondering whether you should ask a question. All right, if you have a question, just raise your hand. The microphone will come to you. Yes, there, Victoria, here. Any other person? Yes, there was a gentleman on the table. On this side, do we have? I'll start with Victoria. If we keep it short, Victoria, I don't want to say 2 minutes, and I know what 2 minutes created in the last few days. So I will ask for 1 minute.
No problem. Good afternoon, everybody. My question is specific. When somebody says we are now going to go long term, can I go and tell the agribusiness sector that you have said that you'll finance agro-processing machinery? And can you also give me an indication of interest rates to be charged? Because for us, that is what matters to us. Most of what has been going on here are generalities. So can I have that specific answer? Thanks.
All right, Anne-Marie. I think Noah and Anne-Marie should be here. So please come and sit. Just remove the tags. You don't represent the EU. You don't represent IFU. We need to be careful. Otherwise, there might be a photo, and it says you represent the EU on the table. There's a gentleman there. So Anne-Marie, that's your question. And Anne, you're allowed to delegate upwards.
Good afternoon. Murungi Peter is my name. Just close to what she has asked, I just wanted to also understand about how they will be handling the long-term model, because mainly it is marred by collateral and the high risks. Maybe just on top of what she has said, we just need more light on that thing.
All right. Do we have another? Yes, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, all protocol observed. Thanks, Mona. Thanks, Anders, for this invitation. My question is just one, and it's on investment readiness of either the companies or the financial institutions. We had a financial institution here that used to win annual bank of the year all the time. But then we know what happened, and we know this institution. And my question, therefore, is, I know there is a sister company called ABI Development. I'm wondering whether this has a role to play in investment readiness of your potential investees, or you have it embedded, Mona and your team. It is a challenge. I've worked in this space, but it's one of the challenges that I've noted, even with financial institutions, that you need the systems and investment readiness of the companies to move forward, the right people, the right systems, and the right goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So Mona will answer that, and to be the last, not the last question I'm taking, but the last feedback from the floor on this side before your lunch. Yes.
Thank you. I'm Richard Okumu. I work for Nyaravur Farmers Circle, one of the circles that has been supported by ABI. My question is specific to Anne about the credit guarantee. I'm happy that you have lowered it from commercial bank to Tier 4 institutions, for which I represent. Can you enlighten us more on how we can access that fund? Thank you.
Thank you. And the questions are done. And just because in the room, oh yes, okay. There's a lady there, just there next to the cameraman, just there. You'll have the last question.
Thank you. Mine is not a question. I'm kindly requesting that you give a slot to a lady.
All right, a slot to a lady. I was looking, is there a lady with a question? I'm happy to, but Victoria represented the ladies. Don't worry. Okay. There's no green question. All right, okay. Anne-Marie, so Anne, you took the bulk of the questions, please come. And then Noah, and then I'll have Mona answer the business moment question as the last question here.
So there are 3 questions. One from Honorable Secretary Co about whether she can go and publicize that ABI is lending out, is offering long-term finance. We're offering long-term finance, but through financial institutions. We do not do direct lending as ABI Finance. And the other issue about, we'll be doing this through financial institutions, but publicizing it and mentioning ABI in the background is going to create financial institution issues for financial institutions. If you realize in this, you asked me a question earlier that where are the women, where are the beneficiaries? The reason why we cut them out of the program is because when they're in a gathering like this and they hear about anything that appears, guarantees, there's going to be something that appears free, the Ugandan instinct, please forgive me, we are Ugandans, but you know what I'm talking about. It comes into play of the moral hazard, and then we end up with defaults. So yes, the short of it, we are going to be offering long-term finance in financial institutions, and it will be crafted and advertised by the financial institutions in a commercial way that allows that money to go out and be repaid without having issues. So I hope that answers your question. Then there's the rates. The rates are going to be, they'll be determined by the financial institutions, but ordinarily, long-term finance is a little cheaper than ordinary finance. That is because the money is going to stay out longer. So at this point, I am unable to give you a concrete interest rate, but we'll be in touch. As soon as we have financial institutions that have this running and we have brochures, we shall contact you. Indeed, we shall get those women on board. Then the other question is about collateral shortages still in long-term finance. From the financial institutions, usually this long-term finance, if it is a case of mechanization, for example, the machinery itself is taken as collateral. It's taken as collateral, and alternatively, we can have tranching of facilities where you do not hold money that you're not going to use at that point. For example, if you're setting up a factory and it's going to take you 2 years to import the Brazil Africa is bringing you machinery and it's going to take 6 months. The setting up is going to take you another 6 months. As in, ideally, the time when you need that money to start working capital is probably 2 years down the road. Then why would you take the bulk of it to require that much collateral at the beginning? So that will be tranched. Experience from my commercial banking side is that ends up being tranched to allow you flexibility to pay, one, for only the money that you have used, but also the flexibility of collateral. You only pay, you keep increasing the amount as the value of the collateral comes in. I do not want to bank so much on guaranteeing long-term finance. It is something that we are happy to do, but it is not wise to guarantee our own money. So let us not, in as much as we have the guarantee, let our focus be on how do we get quality equipment in, if we are doing industrialization, if we are doing value addition, to make sure that it can be used as collateral and solid collateral for the financial institutions. Then the third question is about the credit guarantee. How do we access the guarantee? Accessing the guarantee goes through an application process. You fill in an application form. We conduct an assessment. Then after the assessment, we give you the offer. And if you're agreeable to it, then you can start placing these facilities on the guarantee. We handhold you, especially if it's your first time to be on the guarantee. So me speaking at this podium is just a beginning point. We'll have one-on-ones in that by the time you get to your 1-year mark of utilizing the guarantee, you fully understand what the guarantee is about. So it is not something that we can conclude here, but the beginning point, that just like any financial facility, is to fill in an application form. The minimum we're looking at is 500 million, a limit of 500 million, and the maximum can go as high as 8 billion. No, right now the maximum we have is 100 million, but you can go above that. But what we are looking at really for a SACCO, typically the beginning point that would be good for you. Test with 500 million. I am going to look for you. By the time you get there, and people are going for the coupons, I am looking for you. That is business in my bag. Thank you.
Thank you. Anne, maybe something you could have also added on the long-term financing is that we are only not looking at it being palatable in terms of interest. We are also looking at it being palatable in terms of structure. If you're looking at financial institutions, say those in Tier 4, we know that is a challenge to lend long-term because they do not have members, want to keep their savings close to them. So they're saying who's taking it for at least 2 years or 1 year. So we want to also look at, for example, through these lines of credit for long-term finance, allowing financial institutions to give grace periods that match with the investment readiness plans for what the money is meant for. And so we'll have extended grace periods, and those will be offered on a case-by-case basis based on the investment, but indeed it is an important component of long-term financing which has been looking out some people. So someone is borrowing money for 5 years, but then they want to do an investment whose payback period is 8 years. So we want to address that also, and it is also an integral part. So the long-term finance product or sub-product of the lines of credit is comprehensive, looking at interest on one side, but also looking at other factors that undermine the ability of agribusinesses to access these loans. On the side of green growth, yes, as you've rightly observed, the inclination of the presentation on the Green Challenge Fund has been more towards the financial institution, and it was deliberately done to highlight, the ABI finance side, given that this event is, largely more on the ABI finance. But our launch in July is going to have both companies of ABI, that is ABI Finance and ABI Development, launching Green Challenge Fund. So I'll maybe take a few seconds to talk about what is on the ABI development side. ABI Finance, like we've heard, mainly looks at our interventions through the financial services sector, but the ABI development side looks at interventions and support to direct value chain actors. You're talking about millers, you're talking about stockists for grain, you're talking about seed companies. So we have a Green Challenge Fund that is actually tailored as well to the direct value chain actors, which are not the financial institutions. Both of them will be launched on the same day. So again, you are invited to participate. It will be live streamed. So even those who may not be able to come physically and be part of the launch will be able to, you can access us. The online links for attending the live function will be availed. One of the key interventions we offer in both Green Challenge Funds is business development support services. And that covers knowledge areas such as governance, such as credit management, such as financial management, such as doing agribusiness as a family business, because that is important. Issues of who owns the land and who plants the crop and who takes it to the market get answered there. Issues such as mainstreaming green growth practices in our business are covered under there. So it's a critical element and very important element of ensuring that we are not only investment ready, but that we are also sustainable. So both on the side of financial institutions and on the side of the direct value chain actors, that is well taken care of. We have been doing it, but we are now also embedding a lot of green growth into it so that we are not only profitable, we are not only gender inclusive, but we are also environmentally inclusive. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Noah. I think you did the matter of business development and making our partners investable, investment ready. And I'll just like to remind us, as Noah ably did, that we are two companies. There's ABI Development and ABI Finance, and as Noah said, we intervene through financial institutions, and we also work directly with the value chain actors. But happy to note that we have linkages, especially through our business development services interventions, where we focus on issues other than the problems or the challenges brought on by the climate change that we have been talking about today. We still have issues around governance. We still have issues around good agronomic practices. We still have issues around post-harvest handling. And all these things affect the agribusiness actors whom the banks and the financial institutions need to support. So ABI Development tries to address those investable issues. And we also go beyond partnering or working with ABI Development. We tend to work with other actors in the market. For instance, we're engaging the deal flow facility that has a business development component that focuses on making agribusinesses that much more investor ready for not just debt financiers like the banks, but also equity financiers. So we're trying to work increasingly with the entire market system, with the ecosystem, to ensure that we, on one hand, are bringing together agribusiness actors who are attractive and investable for financial institutions to then finance. At the same time, trying to remain at the back, as Anne-Marie spoke, that when we come to the fore in terms of these interventions, at times there's a bit of blurriness around moral hazard. So we try to, it's a delicate dance and a delicate balance. We try to provide the BDS through the financial institutions themselves. Sometimes they'll arrange it, sometimes we'll be part of it. But together with other value chain actors, ecosystem actors, we hope to make our agribusinesses that much more investable. One thing that the bankers in the room will tell you, and some other actors, some equity actors, that the challenges that tend to affect the businesses that eventually not pay tend to be around ethics, tend to be around governance issues. You find that when funds are borrowed to be invested in certain capex or certain processing issues, the borrowers, especially aside from the ones, say, who have been blighted by, say, floods or drought or whatever, the ones that tend, the underlying theme that tends to affect bad portfolios tend to be around ethics and governance issues and management of businesses and not having the right books and records in place and that type of thing. So those are the areas that we tend to focus in trying to make agribusinesses that much more investable.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, mine is to request that, first of all, we put our hands together for ABI Finance for this milestone today. The conversation, of course, begins now with the investment opportunities that have been highlighted by Anne-Marie and Noah. Mine, I'm super excited about the green financing and financing in the areas of intervention for climate change And this will be critical in addressing some of the fears we have in the agriculture sector. So this is quite exciting. May I, in a very special way, thank our partners, the Royal Danish Embassy, the Investment Fund for Development, and Team Europe for today's grand signing ceremony. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So we are done, and I apologize. We took a little more of your time, but to reward you for your time, lunch is available. And lunch will be downstairs in the basement. Please carry your coupon. If you don't have, just let the team on your exit know that you need one. Carry your coupon and let the conversation continue. Share this great news with everyone. We will also share the link with everyone. I think we have provided something for you on your tables. Please share the conversation. Again, take your time to watch in case there's something you missed. You can play back the video and watch the presentations made today. Thank you so much. God bless. Good afternoon.